completely. Um, when we got to the, I'm speaking with regards to the second fight with Higgs, the fist fight. I was so well. I can kind of understand why I missed it, because I was just so angry with the first boss fight. And I think I still have the same criticisms for the first boss fight. But it's kind of, it's hard to critique when it's so self-aware, Um, when the life bars came up on screen, I glanced at them and I was like, oh, okay, Metal Gear reference, I guess. Is this like at the end of MGS4? Oh, great, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna mash square, right? But then after thinking about it after the stream, I was like, those weren't fucking Metal Gear life bars. They were fighting game life bars. And I didn't even stop to try and analyze that, or think about it. Um, you even had, like, I think you even had pictures of Sam's face and Higgs's face next to the life bars. Like in classic Tekken, or I'm not exactly sure which fighting games did that, or if fighting games even still do that, where they have like a small picture of the character's head at the end of the life bar. Um, but yeah, like it's quite clearly, um, I don't know if I'd say cynical, but yeah, well, I guess so, cynical. It seems very much like a cynical critique of video games, modern video game violence. I think this game was largely born out of the idea of, Kojima probably sick with Metal Gear, sick of having to make games where you're playing a super soldier, having to shoot your way through to the end. Um, I spoke about this before as well, with, because I think Kojima's very much a pacifist. Um, and I made a comment a few days ago on Twitter how the extremely pacifistic nature of this game makes the increased number of weapons in the later stages of the MGS series feel even more cynically motivated than it already felt. Um, I was mainly thinking of MGS4 when I made that comment. Because with MGS4, suddenly out of nowhere, the player was given a huge arsenal of lethal weapons. And I think that was probably born out of his perception of the fan base and what they wanted, and maybe from what Konami wanted as well. Because then there's the whole thing with MGO. I don't think Kojima wanted to make MGO. I think Konami just wanted an online component to go with their big, multi-million-dollar franchise. Um, you have Higgs's dialogue as well. What does he say again? I'm still not sure what my opinions are on all of this. Like, if I think it's effective, if I think it's if I enjoy what it's saying or what it's trying to say. Obviously, the Mario references aren't there for, um, they obviously just weren't thrown in there just for a silly joke either. Um, I'm not sure if you know this, but Super Mario is what motivated Kojima to get into the games industry. And he probably sees Super Mario as being the game that sort of ushered in his generation of game makers. Um, I'm not sure what my opinions are on that whole Mario thing. Obviously, we come to save the girl, and Higgs is like Bowser. Hold on. Let me just... I remember I jotted this down somewhere. But yeah, given Kojima's whole stick rope analogy in this game, you could kind of look at fighting games as being the ultimate stick games, right? And that's obviously what he was going for there. Um, and the player just having to just mash the square button to win. I think that was very much the point of it all. I'm still not sure how I feel about it, but I do feel like my criticism was a little bit misguided. Like when I was calling out the fight for lacking, I think what did I say yesterday? Um, I was so pissed off. You know, I said that it was basically like an FF15 boss fight where you hold the button to win. Um, and you know that the fight was like lacking in any imagination or creativity. I think that was me just really missing the point. Whether I think that the fight is still effective at what it's trying to be, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll still hate it, even with the understanding that I have now. Um, but yeah, I think I wasn't looking at it in the right way. Anyway, that's for sure. Um, Higgs's the fourth wall breaks in this game have been quite unusual, as well. Like just the casual breaking of the fourth wall. I'm not sure how I could really explain it. Um, but the way characters break the fourth wall in this game, I think, is it's a bit different to what we're used to seeing. The the characters in the game being so aware of the player's presence, particularly Higgs, and I guess the way Sam refers to the player as well. You know, that line he has, "You, yourself, and me," or whatever it is. It seems like he's very much talking to the player there. He has a few other lines where he speaks to the player too. Um, you know, we don't get that with Snake in Metal Gear. And then there's all the weird stuff they're doing with the camera and the blinking eye from the player's perspective. They do the typical thing at the start of the game where we enter in our date of birth. I assume they're going to get very meta as well with it once we get to the ending. But yeah, what was Higgs's line before the first boss with him, before the first fight with him, when he says oh the that the lucky loser will be putting an end to this rinse and repeat bullshit after all. It feels just very, you know, with regards to the boss fight that we were about to engage in. I don't know, after thinking about it, it just seems like a very cynical look at video games. And just that this is what we're supposed to do because it's maybe not just because it's a game, because it's a Kojima game and this is what we're to expect. Right, here we go for another fucking boss fight, I guess. And I kind of getting the impression that you know, Kojima isn't so fond of doing it. He's kind of trying to deconstruct it. Hold on. And then there's the first scene with Higgs, you know, where he's like tired of the grind. So is this what you're here for? You know, what are you looking for? A game over? As he's setting up the first boss. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about all of that. Yeah, I think the first boss fight was still very disappointing. Maybe I'll still feel the same way about the second fight. Like, because I don't know. The first boss was the whole parry system is just fucking lame, you know? Oh, here's the prompt. Press the prompt. But again, given the self-awareness when it comes to the combat sequences and the boss fights, it's hard to know what's intentional and what's not, you know? And how intent makes a difference when it comes to how you perceive things, and all of that. You actually get a game over screen if you die? Well, I think you get a game over screen during other parts of the game as well, don't you? I'm pretty sure I've seen the game over screen a few times. Maybe it didn't say game over, though. Maybe it said something else, because there is like an order failed screen. Isn't there as well? MGS4 had way more fleshed out mechanics. The fight with Higgs barely has mechanics. It's just mash square. Play the final boss fight in MGS4 on extreme difficulty. There are quite a few moves you can do. Secret regenerating health buttons, different kinds of grabs, dodges, ducks. No, I really wouldn't compare it mechanically. It did make me think of MGS4's final boss fight. Maybe it's supposed to. Like with the way that the life bars fill up and suddenly it's a fist fight. It's hard not to think of MGS4. But regarding depth in gameplay mechanics, no, you can't compare them. One fight is mash square. The other fight has an array of different moves. And you need to think strategically in MGS4. You don't need to think. That's the thing. And I think that's the point. You know? You don't need to think. You just mash the fucking square button. Cynically whack the stick over the other person's head. And I think that's how Kojima is looking at it. I think that's the point of it all. Whether I think it's effective or not, I don't know. Like, I'll have to watch it again. Higgs as a character as well, I just thought was just so fucking lame. His stupid lick when he licks your face, and it's just like, oh, like, how generic can you get? But yeah, I guess a lot of it will be determining how much is intentional and what it's trying to say. But yeah, it certainly seems like the game was born from this idea. This cynical was born from this cynical look at video games. And I guess, you know, the big blockbusters in particular. Yeah, Metagear. Well, this is another thing. I don't really agree with the whole... I remember people were losing their minds when Kojima announced the very easy mode so that anyone could play it. The classic Metal Gear games have very easy mode as well, where you can just run to the next cutscene and the bosses die in one hit. So I wouldn't really criticize the game in that respect. I definitely would still criticize the hard difficulty mode not being hard enough. I do agree that the game isn't hard enough, but with regards to with regards to very easy modes and casual difficulties and things like that, I don't know. I don't think that the Metal Gear games were any different. Like, play MGS2 on very easy mode. You're given, like, what, 10 rations? The bosses die in 1 or 2 hits. It's, like, it's ridiculously easy. But I still would agree that this game on its higher difficulties aren't hard enough. Or this game on its higher... Yeah. I'm tired. I think that sentence made sense. What are your thoughts on the boss fight designs? The difficulty seems underwhelming. Yeah, the boss fights are very underwhelming. Um, yeah, like mechanically, they're very disappointing. The fight with the big dog, especially. Um, you know, it's such a bombastic intro. Fucking music going crazy. Pretty cool design as well. I like the design of the dog with the fucking arms coming out. Um, but pretty easy to escape it, you know, just, okay, I'm gonna run away now. The AI seemed kind of derpy. To me, the boss fights appear out of context to the style of this game. I'm not really sure what you mean there, but yeah, like again, the yeah. Right, I guess we'll continue then. But yeah, like I was saying, there is that degree of cynicism with regards to the boss fights. Like when Higgs first shows up, you know, isn't this what you were looking for this whole time? A game over? Getting tired of the grind? Um It's funny though, like I was saying before, when he said that, I was like, I see what you're saying here, Kojima. You're speaking to the players who are getting tired of delivering packages back and forth and the slow, arduous nature of it. But I was thinking to myself, no, Higgs, actually, not really tired of the grind. I'm having a great time. I'm enjoying traversing through these landscapes, delivering packages. So, no, not really tired of the grind. Not really waiting for a boss fight, but okay, yeah. I guess I'm down for a boss fight. Go on then. I'm not the average gamer. I guess not. But yeah, obviously he's speaking to the player that really isn't digging the game. And yeah, I'm fine with that. I just thought it was interesting how I wasn't really resonating with what Higgs was saying at all. Do you feel like Kojima deserves all the credit for the MGS series, or do him and Konami deserve equal recognition? It's funny you say Konami there and not the rest of Kojima Productions. You're aware that Konami is the company that produces the game and funds it, while Kojima Productions are the team of people that create it, right? Um, but no, of course not. Kojima Productions make the game. There's credits at the end of the game that show all the people that work on it and what they do. So I think all those people deserve the credit as they are listed in the credits where they're given credit. Um, but yeah, I think Kojima is at the helm of the project, and the games do follow his vision of what the project should be. I've still been pretty satisfied overall with the game, Metagear. Um, it's been a really enjoyable experience overall. We'll see where we go from here. Obviously, those sequences with Higgs uh, were very frustrating, and I'm just not sure how I feel about all that shit that happened yesterday. I still need to process all of that. There was a lot going on. I really should have watched those cutscenes again before starting the stream today, because there was a lot happening, and I was tired. Okay, Metagear. Well, I think it was still, I don't know. I don't even know if I was really criticizing the scene there. I was just saying that, you know, Higgs's dialogue didn't resonate with me. And I'd say Kojima knew as well. Like, he knew that not all players would be hating the experience. It might seem like the dialogue was written with that idea, you know, getting tired of the grind. Like, I guess you could say that there's the assumption there that everyone is getting tired. I doubt he felt that way, though. I doubt he felt that everyone would be feeling tired. Like, I'd say he knew that some people that it would be their jam, you know, that some players would enjoy the process of taking their time and delivering these packages. Mad saving the day yesterday as well. Yeah, making things interesting again. Well, I mean, the stuff beforehand was pretty interesting too, but very frustrating at the same time. So this game is not good, or is it good? Well, it's very subjective, boss. Some people will say it's great, some people will say it's not so great. It's going to be a very polarizing game, like the majority of Kojima's games. Play it, make up your own mind. I would say the only games Kojima has made that haven't been polarizing are MGS 1 and 3. MGS 2, massively polarizing, especially upon release. MGS 4, polarizing. MGS 5, very polarizing. Even Peace Walker. Peace Walker just didn't sell well in the West, so nobody really spoke about it when it first came out. So it's kind of, there was no, you can't really think back on the initial reactions to Peace Walker. It just didn't really do well over here. But yeah, Peace Walker's polarizing too. Lots of people don't like the mission structure and the tiny bite-sized missions, the focus on tapes to deliver story. Yeah, I think most of Kojima's games are polarizing. Okay. Let's chug some cans. Let's go.
One of a kind.
A baby candidate?
Either that, or...
a sacrifice.
Weird.
A foundation. A bridge.
Creepy. Episode 10, Die Hardman. Whoa. Oh, right, of course. Die Hard woman. Right, so now we're back here, huh? Whoa. Kind of getting Final Fantasy VII vibes with that green, the life stream.
Sam, it's Hartman. Be advised that chiral density in regions predisposed to strandings has increased dramatically. No doubt the beach is to blame. BTs drawn into our world under these circumstances may be affected in unpredictable ways.
Alki, how's it going? Oh, damn. All the way back to Lake Knot. Cool, okay. I haven't seen the ending, Alki. Right, well, I guess we're going back up this way, huh? The way we came. Hey, Wex. Okay. Hey, I guess we'll be able to fucking teleport, actually. Won't we? Oh, wait, no. Fragile's fucking umbrella is, out of order. If I remember correctly from the last cutscene. I didn't set up zip lines in this part of the map. I have a string of zip lines set up around one area. We might be able to use my string later on once we get past this area. Can't you build bridges? Yes. I take it you haven't seen much of this game, boss. Where is it you're going now? To Port Knot. Other side of the map.
Sam, do you copy? I've been looking into Clifford Unger and wanted to share my thoughts. To recap, Unger was a U.S. Special Forces operative whose retirement roughly coincided with the Death Stranding. After he left the service, he somehow became involved in the early BB experiments. However, he died before they ended. Now, while the circumstances surrounding his death are not entirely clear, I'm beginning to suspect that these battlefields of his are at least partially sustained by his enduring emotional attachments. Anger, resentment, regret. I'm pretty sure it's got something to do with the BB experiments. That much seems clear given his repeated attempts to steal Lou. Cliff seems to be driven by a compulsion to reclaim our BB, as if that will make him whole again. A compulsion so powerful that he was not only able to drag himself from the depths of hell, but bring a piece of that hell along with him. One thing's for sure, he's nothing like a BT. We need to know the whole story about his death and his connection to the BB experiments. I'll keep digging and let you know what I find, Sam.
Let's rest.
That's right. It's just...
Oh, wait. I didn't mean to rest. I meant to go down. Enter private room.
Your work is great.
Yeah, Sarah. I've only seen Amelie's hologram. Does she even really exist? Of course I do, Sam. You have to believe me. Dear Sam, mind if I ask you a personal question? I heard you're a Strand. The president raised you like you were her own, right? Which means you must have grown up with Amelie. What was she like? I've only ever seen her hologram. I mean, I get it. Security precautions. Can't risk letting separatists and terrorists know where she is. But man, what I wouldn't give to really meet her, to see her in the flesh. She seems like such an amazing person. And that's just from the holo messages. If you ever do catch up to her, I hope you'll tell me about it. Right, okay, I'll make sure to tell you about it, Jake. The whole thing with Sam being the president's son as well is quite strange. You know, dead man at the start of the game is like basically like, oh, you remember your fucking mother, the president, right? Now go take her to the incinerator, cremate her, all right? You know, you don't really see much attachment from Sam. I think I've figured out what's going on with all of that to a certain degree. I won't say anything though. Well, with regards to Cliff, anyway.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure.
Hold on. Let me just check one thing.
Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restrictions.
You run faster when you don't have anything in your hands, right? I'm not sure. I mean, do you mean like even if I have a strand in my hands, or you mean like with regards to a package? I don't know. I mean, obviously the packages will weigh you down, depending on the weight. If you're carrying them in your hands.
Your work is great.
I would like to hear your theories. Nah. I mean, I'm so confident regarding one. I pretty much gave it away yesterday. Yeah, okay. No, I'm not gonna say. Like, I mean, I'm so confident that I feel like I'll just be spoiling it for people. And I pretty much spoiled it yesterday. The theory is regarding what? Just the mystery surrounding Higgs and Amelie and Sam and Bridget and all that sort of family stuff. I think I've put a few of those pieces together.
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Do I want to grab a bike or anything here?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
What am I carrying?
Will remain locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
I didn't find the glowing thing, no. Take some blood bags. Hold on. Let me just look at the map. We're going to be trudging through the mountains here, aren't we? Yeah. Oh. I kind of like this, that we have to go all the way from one end to the other. Right, fuck it. I guess I will bring some stuff then. Get a floating carrier. Oh, my materials, man. Wouldn't mind another assault rifle. Not sure if an all-terrain skeleton will be worth it. Well, no, we can always go down... Wait a second. We don't have to trudge through the mountains, do we? No. You know, I was reminded of the Gurlagon during that last fight with the giant. Yeah, we can go down this way. Yeah, okay. You know... Maybe I'll just grab the all-terrain skeleton. Or... It's hard to know. Fuck it, I'll get the speed skeleton. Yeah, Alki, I kind of had mixed feelings about the fight. But I enjoyed it more than Higgs anyway, that's for sure.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Can you avoid the boss fights? Most of them. Well.
There we go.
I guess it's kind of half and half. I don't know. There are optional fights as well. I'm not sure if you'd really call them boss fights. But you can run away from those optional fights. But no, I guess when it comes to like the scripted boss fights that you have to do, I don't think you can run away from any of those, apart from the one with the dog. I think. Oh. Well. Maybe I should have bought those gloves. Yeah, we'll keep on heading over this way. I spoke a bit about it at the start of the stream, Fallen for it. Yeah, if you want to go back and watch the start of the stream. It wasn't really so much a revelation, but... Oh my god. Baby.
Everything's okay.
Oh, God. Sorry, Lou. I had to do it. We cool? We're cool, okay. Oh, this terrain. Maybe I should have brought a climbing anchor or two. Where am I? Huh, okay, okay. Whoa! Ah, fuck. There we go, there we go, there we go. That was pretty fun. Some more silent poets. Oh, this is the same one that played yesterday. Hey, how's it going, List of Fat? Good to see you. Oh, it's a different version, right? Okay, cool.
Next level trust is you. Next level trust is you. True love is embedded.
The tablet.
Next level trust is you.
This game, man. Oh, so many thoughts. I'm enjoying this last trek so far. It's cool, just having to make your way to the very end of the map from one end to the other. I remember this place. Yeah, Adam, I didn't find it funny. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, boss. The rain can destroy it as well. I assume there are mules there.
One foot, right in front of the other. That's a big one.
Hey, Kudo, how's it going? Good to see you. Okay. We're almost at the waterfall. Oh, my zip lines. Oh, my beautiful zip lines. We'll be able to teleport to the distro center now. Major Ocelot with the 2 months. Thank you. I'm not sure if I'm going the right way here. I think I am. Trying to remember how I have these set up.
Sam, you're not going to believe what I found. It's about the BP experiments, their true purpose. According to official records, they were continued in secret on the order of President Strand, supposedly with the primary objective of developing BT detectors and preventing void-outs. Any advancements that could be applied to the fields of chiral communications and beach research were meant to be of purely secondary benefit. But it turns out, that's just a cover story. The truth is, Sam, BBs were originally conceived as catalysts for the operation of the chiral network. They're integrated into the infrastructure of Knot cities for that very reason. Every single one you've brought into the fold. It was probably Amelie herself who installed them as she moved west with the first expedition, carrying out her mother's grand plan. Making sacrifice after sacrifice on the altar of progress.
Oh, God.
President Strand told the people what they wanted to hear and did what she thought had to be done. Also, America could be whole again. But I'm starting to wonder if it didn't cost her her soul. The chiral network is our greatest creation, our proudest achievement, and our guiltiest sin. I don't know how to feel about it all. Maybe if we knew more about Cliff and the BB experiments, we'd be better placed to judge. I'll be in touch.
I'm being reminded of Otacon at the end of MGS1. You know, when you're making your way through Rex's lair and he keeps calling you, giving you updates. Dollar Bean with the 66 months, thank you. Zero likes, huh? Same old story.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Keep on keeping on. I still get a good laugh out of that.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready. Pleasant journey.
All right. Final stretch. Oh!
Hey, Sam, I see you're coming up on Lake Knot. Stay strong. We're all rooting for you to finish the job and come home safe. By the way, I've made more progress in a certain investigation. It seems that Clifford Unger willingly put his own child in the care of the scientists conducting the BB experiments. But he did so completely unaware of their true intentions. This is pure speculation, but I think when Cliff found out about their plans, he attempted to reclaim custody. And after he failed, the BB remained in the program's care. In which case, he would have every reason to bear a grudge towards the president, the woman who allowed it all to happen, don't you think? But just because President Strand is dead, doesn't mean his hate died with her. No, I think he redirected it towards Bridges. Towards you and Amelie and anyone close to the director. And now that hate is driving him to set in motion the last Stranding, to bring an end to the world as we know it. Why else would Cliff hold Amelie hostage on the beach? He must know that she's an EE. There's no time to lose. You have to save her and the director. Though I still don't understand how he managed to travel to her beach in the first place. There must be more to their relationship. I'll see what I can find.
Oh, look.
Got a moment, Sam? It's about the director. So there's no way he could have made the jump to Amelie's beach if they didn't share a strong personal connection, right? Well, I looked, and I couldn't see one. The network should have contained something, anything, but there was nothing whatsoever. His entire life prior to his tenure with Bridges has been redacted. His name, his past, everything. There's no telling who he was. Which led me to consider another possibility. What if it isn't the director and Amelie who have a connection, but the director and Clifford Unger? And what if that connection is what facilitated the director's jump to Amelie's beach? If it's those two who have a personal history, then it might explain why Cliff is holding the director hostage as well. But even if that were the case, it doesn't answer the bigger question. How the hell did the two of them end up on Amelie's beach?
Sam, Hartman here. There's something else I'd like you to consider. A guess, albeit an educated one, concerning Cliff's objective. Somehow, with the aid of the chiral network, our individual beaches have begun to coalesce, resulting in the formation of a single massive seam. Should this process continue, there is a risk that BTs will flood across into our world, bringing about a death stranding on a heretofore unprecedented scale. Now, Clifford Unger's battlefields and my own beach appear to be unaffected by this phenomenon, existing entirely in isolation. They do not and have never intersected with others. But what if there were another class of beach, one that exists on a higher plane, that was responsible for setting this process in motion? And what if the beach in question were none other than Amelie's? Cliff may have summoned the director, but I believe his true aim was to seize control of Amelie's beach, to exploit its power over every other beach, and trigger the last stranding. It's the only rational explanation for Cliff's actions, which is why you have to stop him.
If Hartman's right, then we're in serious trouble. Using the chiral network in Amelie's beach to trigger the last stranding? That's why Higgs went after Amelie, wasn't it? If it was Cliff who put him up to it. Yeah, it all fits. With the last stranding, he'll finally have his revenge against the world that stole his life and his child. You've got to stop him, Sam. You've got to make the jump to Amelie's beach as soon as possible. Get in and get her back. It's our only hope. If you can't, then we're all doomed.
All right, I'll try my best. Thanks for the info.
Be there for you. Your mom. No matter what. I couldn't just go off and get myself killed anymore. Couldn't leave you all alone. I couldn't. I had it all wrong. All wrong. Being a father didn't make me scared. It made me brave. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it took me so long. Don't make the same mistake. I need you to hand it over.
Shoot him, John. Shoot him! I gave you an order. Shoot him!
Make sure to recycle. Say thanks to the Bridget Strand Foundation. Thanks, Bridget Strand. That was a nice scene. Mads killing it there. Cross the battlefield and go to cliff. We're Vietnam now, huh? Guys, before I continue, let me just take a quick break. Give me like a minute. I'll be right back. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. I'll be right back. Just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Hey, see you later, Metagear. Thanks for dropping by. Be right back, guys. Yo. Hold on, hold on. Emo wars? What am I reading in chat here? People saying the Vietnam War was too emo? I don't know about Vietnam. Vietnam was just a bit too emo for my taste. Now World War II, that shit was metal as fuck. What a war. What an unreal war. Way better than Vietnam. Okay. 5 out of 10 war, to be honest. Okay. Vietnam had the best soundtrack. Oh, you can't really argue with that, can you? Okay.
He's gotta be somewhere, right? Where are we this time?
Whoa. Oh. One sec, guys. There's the Apocalypse Now reference. Pretty fucking cool. That was sick. I saw that clip before when he rises up through the tar. I saw that clip on Twitter. But I didn't see that next part. That was sick.
Where's my baby? Baby. Get my baby. My name is Clifford Unger. I want my baby back. My name is Clifford Unger. Baby. Where's my baby?
Open fire. Over here. Over here. Light him up. Light him up. Open fire. Fire.
Whoa! Fuck, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. What am I doing?
Back, my baby. Pulling out.
Okay.
We need reinforcements. Get back out there.
Get my baby. My dear. I want my baby back. Baby. I need you, baby.
There he is.
My name is Clifford Unger. I'm so sorry. Baby. Where's my baby? My dear.
Yeah. Fuck it. Oh, that doesn't have any ammo.
Open fire.
Oh, I fucked that up. Here we go. I'm dead. I'm dead. Yeah. Let's try and do that properly.
Where are you, baby? Baby.
I was going to try and grab one of them. That was the plan, yeah. Try and avoid asking questions about things that you can and can't do, though. Just going to lead to spoilers and backseating.
Where are you, baby? I was born.
Yeah. Oh. Skull just pops off.
Where are you, baby? I just want you to be happy. My name is Clifford Unger. I was born to fight. I'm so sorry. Where are you, baby? I just want you to be happy.
Damn, man. Fuck. I didn't think that was gonna happen.
We need reinforcements. Go, go.
Next time I tie him up, I'll just shoot him when he's down. I thought 2 kicks would have caused him to disappear.
Baby. My name is Clifford Unger. Die hard man. I just want you to be happy. I need you, baby.
Okay.
Die hard man. It's all my fault, baby. Baby. It's all my fault, baby. I just want you to be happy.
So my fault.
Not sure if I'll get caught coming up to this guy.
Don't want you to be happy. My name is Clifford Unger. Where's my baby? Baby. Where are you, baby?
No! He doesn't stay there for long. Fuck.
Open fire. Keep your eyes peeled. Disengage. Forward. Engage.
Fuck.
I need backup. Open fire.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, it's getting destroyed. What? I thought it was full. Is it not based on the blood that I have? I guess I'm not understanding it. Fuck these handguns. I need to find another assault rifle. Have to have bullets to inject with blood, right? And I was all out of bullets. Yeah, I forgot that it wasn't just based on blood.
Die hard, man. Where's my baby? I just want you to be happy. I want my baby back.
Okay, fat bastard. I'll get you your baby back and your ribs.
Where are you, baby?
There he is.
My name is Clifford Unger. I'm sorry. My dear baby. Die hard, man. I was
Oh, you asshole.
born to fight. My dear baby.
Fuck it. Got him. There he is again.
My dear baby. I'm sorry. I want my people.
Throwing fire. Retreat. We need reinforcements. Move.
Baby.
Oh god. I thought it'd be in a whole other area. I didn't think he'd be that close. Yeah. Didn't I just pick up a fucking fresh assault rifle? What the hell?
Keep your head on a swivel. To me. Gauge on sight. Disengage.
Where are you, baby? I just want you to be happy. Baby. Baby.
Okay, I'm gonna go back around this way.
I was born to fight. My dear baby. I was born to fight. I just want you to be happy.
Wouldn't mind a shotgun.
Die Hartman. I need you, baby.
Wouldn't mind a couple more blood bags.
name is Clifford Unger. Get more. I just want you to be happy. Where are you, baby? Get my baby. Where's my baby? My dear baby. I just want you to be happy.
Just gonna chill here.
Baby. Dying hard, man. It's all my fault, baby.
Probably gonna see me here. I'll just take out the shotgun. Nope. The other skeletons are gonna see me here, but...
We need reinforcements!
Move.
Nicely done.
I was born to fight. Die hard, man. Baby. I just want you to be happy. My name is Clifford Unger. baby? Baby. Where's my baby? My dear baby. So sorry.
Whoa.
Baby. I want my baby back.
Get back here, you little shit.
Where's my baby?
Go!
Oh. Any grenades? Fuck. Oh my god, no! Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Open fire!
Ah.
Game on, motherfucker!
I was so close.
Disengage!
Baby. Baby. I need you, baby. I was born to fight. My name is Clifford Unger. Where's my baby? I'll make it right. I want my baby back. Baby.
It's hard to know when I'm safe here. Oh, Christ. Hey, man, how's it going? Didn't see you there.
Taking fire.
I want my baby back. My dear baby. Hartman. Where's my baby? I was born to fight. Where are you, baby?
I'm gonna risk it. Probably gonna get spotted though.
I'm sorry.
Fuck!
Fire!
Can't risk it.
Light him up!
Oh no. What's up with the blood? What's up with the blood? Okay, I think I get it.
Keep your eyes peeled! Disengage!
My name is Clifford Unger.
Fuck.
My dear baby. I'm sorry. My dear baby. My name is Clifford Unger. My dear baby. Baby.
Jesus, this is grueling.
Get my baby. I was born to fight. Where are you, baby?
Okay, hold on.
I was born to fight. I need you, baby.
If I don't get up to him, you'll have others respawning, I think.
I'm sorry.
Need to get him quickly.
I'll make it right. Baby. Die hard, man.
Fuck. Grab the blood bag. Okay. I think he's the only one left.
Baby. I need you, baby. I just want you to be happy. Baby.
Is that it? We got him. Oh my god. Wonder how long that was.
getting out of here. I promise. Give me back my baby. Are you Clifford Unger? Who are you? Are you the father?
Oh man.
They told me your name was Sam Porter. But you were Sam Bridges. My bridge to the future. Sam, you bring people together. You're their bridge to the future. Come on, Sam. Stand up. There's nothing I can do for your wife. I'm sorry. Now, if she orders me to do something, I have to do it. I have to. But I served under you first. And your family doesn't deserve this. Any of this. Why are you helping me? If they catch you.
Because you saved my life, sir. Again and again. When the brass sent us into the jaws of hell, it was you that brought us home.
Okay, I'll take a C. New interview data acquired. Locked in syndrome about the dream catchers and Kipus. Did I cry? No, I didn't cry. I thought it was emotional though. I have mixed feelings about that sequence. The the fact that you're sticking out of the bushes so much really breaks immersion when you're sneaking around. Like, you know, you can obviously say video game logic, when you're in the bushes, it's like 90% camo. They, you know, they can't see you. Well, they're supposed to see if you've lots of shit sticking out. It was still a pretty fun challenge, though. Like, we almost died a good few times. Jesus Christ. Like, just about getting away. Trying to get back, trying to find blood bags, trying to find cryptobiotes. It's like, it was pretty fun just trying to move through the map, trying to stealth kill them. But at times, it just feels kind of silly when they can't see you. And the bright flashlight, and then there's the Audra deck spinning around, making all that noise. Can they hear? They're skeletons. We're in another dimension. But they can hear you when you shoot your gun, right? But they can't hear the Audra deck spinning around. I wonder if there's any explanation for things like that in the game, if they try to explain it away. But yeah.
Sam, are you okay? I reviewed your logs. It looks like you were caught in a supercell and emerged an instant later on the other side of Ground Zero. Not far from Port Knot City.
How'd I wind up here then?
Remember Victor? He found you lying unconscious by the harbor and brought you inside.
I think Cliff might be Lou's father. He said, "Give me back my BB."
Impossible. Cliff was born...
He gave me this. Maybe he's trying to tell us something. Something about the BBs, maybe. About how they were made. It didn't feel like he was trying to hurt us. It felt like he just wanted to talk.
But you said you saw him holding the director captive on the beach.
Yeah. They must have some history we don't know about. Them and Bridget.
Funny you should say that. I've got something you should see. Found it in the archives while I was digging around. It's a pre-recorded message from the director labeled, "If I don't come back."
All right. This message is insurance, in case something happens to me. For Bridget's eyes only. And I sure as hell hope that's who's watching. I got a little present from Emily. Said she'd take me to the beach if I wanted. But I'd need this doll to show me the way.
Creepy fucking doll.
It's a trap. It has to be. But I've decided to play along. You've all been playing along too, haven't you? You know this mask hides more than just my face. Well, Emily's a blank slate too. No past, no record she ever existed. She's a ghost. And the thing about ghosts, I never met Emily in person. Have you? Ever seen her in the flesh, shook her hand, touched her? The original team we sent was divided into two groups. Amelie was with the first. Mama and Hartman were with the second. They had no direct contact with her.
Yes. Amelie's group was wiped out in Edgenode City. Everyone but her. Everyone who could say whether or not she exists.
Bullshit. She's real. We touched, all right? She and I both.
Well, I've only ever interacted with her hologram.
I'm telling you, I've met her. In person. Lots of times when I was little.
Yes, but on the beach.
Here's what the president had to say about her daughter. Amelie was born on the beach. There her Ka remained, though her Ha came to this world. This division of body and soul forced her to spend most of her childhood in the hospital. But though her health was poor, her Doom's numbers were off the charts. Her supernatural talents blossomed as she grew older and overcame her limitations. But by the time she was 20, she could travel to and from the beach, body and all. And that's where she started spending all of her time. Now, if you wanted to get in touch with Amelie, it was via hologram or nothing. The president insisted on that. I swore an oath to the president and to America. As far as I was concerned, her word was law. So when she said Amelie was her daughter and the best candidate to succeed her, I believed it. But when the archives were restored, I couldn't resist testing out my access privileges. And that's how I found out Bridget was diagnosed with uterine cancer in her 20s and couldn't have children. You see, doesn't add up, does it? There's no way Amelie could be Bridget's biological daughter. So where'd she come from? Who is she? Is she even real? How can we be sure that Amelie is an extinction entity when we don't even know if Amelie is Amelie? Hell, for all I know, the EE theory might be bullshit. But if it's not, if she's the cause of the death stranding, then I have to accept her invitation. I've loaded my gun with hermetic rounds. Sam's blood. It connects my gun to her, to me, to him, all of us. Which means I should be able to take it with me to the beach. I'm gonna stop what she started by stopping her. One last confession. I'm just a man. No powers, nothing special. Don't have dooms, I can't repatriate like Sam either. Don't know the first thing about dying, I had never tried it. Yeah. I've been to hell. Every single battlefield was hell. But no matter how terrible it got, I never died. Because all I ever did was run from death. Well, I gotta go. She's calling for me. Bridges, don't let me down.
Episode 12.
After he recorded this, the director jumped to the beach. Or rather, Amelie summoned him there.
That's the scene we saw.
He had a gun to Bridget when I saw him. Then Cliff showed up, took him away.
I thought he went to the beach to confront Amelie.
Yeah, she was there too. She was the one who got me out.
It's so obvious to me now. I can't believe I didn't see it sooner. It was Amelie who...
What happened?
The chiral network dropped out. According to Lakna, it won't be long before it's completely unusable.
So all our hard work was for nothing.
Let me finish what I was saying, Sam.
I'll tell him.
Fragile. You look like shit. You should be resting.
I know. I need to tell you something. I had a little chat with Higgs back on the beach. Didn't take much to make him talk.
You say why he betrayed you?
He said it was part of her plan.
What?
She was their leader. The terrorist voidouts, the whole extinction agenda, Amelie was behind it all.
Like hell she was.
I know you don't want to believe it, but it lines up with what Die Hard Man said. Higgs turned on me after he met Amelie. At first, he was looking to expand his territory, and I had a power he could use. At least, that's how he ended up working with me. He was no terrorist. He just wanted to reach more people. But then she shows up with abilities that put mine to shame. Hell, she could even control BTs. So Higgs decides to go with her. And that's when she turned him into her agent of extinction.
Amelie gave Higgs his power.
Yep, she made him her homo demons.
What about Bridget? You care to tell me what she was doing on the beach? You got an answer for that too?
I know it's a lot to swallow. But Higgs said himself that Amelie is an extinction entity. I looked inside his pod, and there was no BB in there. Take a good look at what was. It's the same doll Die Hard Man had. This is their bridge baby. There's this idea that the terrorists brought back BB tech and Bridges was just following suit. It's garbage. Their methods and yours are completely different. Your BB links you to the world of the dead. Their doll links them to Amelie and her beach.
You know who else had dolls like this? Cliff. He was carrying them on the battlefields. Cliff, Higgs, the director. All three of them were drawn in and controlled by this extinction entity. And who is this EE really? Is it Bridget? Is it Amelie?
All I can say is that the answers are on the beach. What she wants and why.
If we get to the bottom of that, then maybe we can still avert the last stranding.
You've got to find her, Sam.
Whoever she really is.
She's waiting for you on the beach. Hurry back east.
Sam, the connection's unstable, so I'll keep this short. We have a job for you. Fragile's condition is deteriorating. If she slips into a coma, there's a chance her soul might become stranded on the beach. She needs cryptos fast. Luckily for us, Fragile Express keeps a stockpile there in Port North City. So we'd like you to grab some for us while you're in the area. All the details are on the terminal upstairs. Please, Sam, this is critical.
All right. Well, I guess we'll go and deliver that tablet to the film director now then. After we have a shower. Hey, how's it going, Nico? Good to see you. Bridges icon kind of reminds me of the Foxhound icon. It doesn't remind me of the Foxhound icon. Oh, I meant to take some cans.
You know what day it is today, BB?
My birthday again?
Today would be a very special day if your mommy hadn't.
Oh,
I'm not born yet. But the more candles, the merrier, right? Soon it'll be time for you to come out into the real world. I promise. And then, we can have a real party. Well, happy birthday.
Beginning scan.
Sam, check the terminal for available orders.
All weapons will be locked until departure. All...
Cryptobiot delivery. Capital Knot City Isolation Ward.
Sam, you there? Fragile needs cryptobiotes. Could you bring her some from Port Knot City?
Huh.
Her people have already harvested a bunch and are holding them in storage. They've even prepped a special breathable container for you to transport them in. This is to help ensure that our little friends don't enter a state of suspended animation. But since the case isn't airtight, submerging it in water would be a bad idea. The bad news is, we can't get any supplies out to you with the network like it is. And the rain's not letting up either. Remember, if the cryptobiotes fall into an metabolic state, they'll be no use to anyone. Look, I don't know how, but there's got to be a way you can get them here. You'll figure something out. You have to. We can't afford to lose Fragile. She's our only way to Amelie. Do it for her, or for what she can do. Just get it done, Sam. Please.
Okay. Fucking 100 hours into the game, check the terminal to accept missions. Well, I mean, what else are they gonna say? That's where you accept your missions.
Don't forget, that container isn't airtight. You can't afford to submerge it, even partially.
I know you were, yeah, I don't really see why, like, he just told you to go and accept it from the terminal like you always do. It's just like their routine, you know? Like, sign in and get the shit. I don't know, it doesn't seem out of place to me. Okay, where am I? Well, I know where we're going. Through this area that's full of BTs. Then I guess we'll stop off at the center here. Oh, we can't even fabricate anything here, huh? What do I have in the private locker? A lot of shit. What? Oh, yeah, it's because I have these equipped. Huh, you know, I never did actually notice that, Putenga. Nico, I'm not sure if you saw my tweet yesterday or if you were here at the start of the stream, but I kind of reevaluated my thoughts a bit on that whole sequence with Higgs. I still have very mixed feelings about it. But yeah. Yeah, you can check out the VODs later if you want.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on.
Juicy with the 8 months, thank you.
We've been getting near constant timefall in this region for a while now. As a result, everything you've built for us out here has been completely destroyed. The good news is, we managed to recover all cargo stored on site and transferred it to the capital Knot City Distro Center. As for the not-so-good news, Chiral printers are currently unusable due to the network instability. Given the circumstances, you might want to consider turning to your fellow porters for assistance. But I'll leave that up to you, Sam. I'm sure you'll come through for us. You always do.
Wait, hold on. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh God. Take it easy now. Gonna have to cut you off now, Low Roar. Ooh, the lights. Whoa. Oh, hey. What are you guys doing here? I don't think they had those horns last time. Damn. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh! Oh, that's cool. Oh, I think it definitely does something, Storm. DMG with the 7 months. Thank you. Okay, I'm not touching anyone's structures now. Let's see if we can take a rest here. Keep on keeping on.
Your work is great. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Regular old BTs, huh? Old-fashioned BTs. Alright. Okay. Nice. Ah. Oh, did my skeleton break? It did. Didn't even notice. Oh, okay. It's okay. It's okay.
There we go.
You fix the things you've ruined. I don't think I really need to worry about fixing anything. Cryptobiotes are being damaged. We should be okay, though. We should get there in time, hopefully. Yeah, I should have fabricated spray in that last area. Hey, Smoke, thank you for the 11 months. Thanks a lot, everyone else, as well. I still need to thank everyone. I haven't checked Streamlabs in a long time. I'll get to it. Oh God, what? Oh, hey. Well, I'll just... Oh God!
Well, the cargo's trashed.
Fuck. Well, that's that. Let's plan this a little bit better this time. No way. Am I all the way back here? Oh, cruel. Okay. I mean, it's fair enough. This is where the delivery starts. Okay. Although I guess you could manually save, couldn't you? No, we'll take it from the top. I'll fax you over all my best wishes later on, Storm. I hope it goes well. Okay. Okay, I think we'll go.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
I didn't even stop to see if we could fabricate stuff at the next center. Hopefully we can.
We've been getting near constant timefall in this region for a while now. As a result, everything you built for us out here has been completely destroyed. The good news is, we managed to recover all cargo stored on site and transferred it to the capital Knot City Distro Center. As for the not-so-good news, Cairo printers are currently unusable due to the network instability. Given the circumstances, you might want to consider turning to your fellow porters for assistance. But I'll leave that up to you, Sam. I'm sure you'll come through for us. You always do.
Oh! I only found one memory chip. And it was hilarious. Because the tutorial dialogue played at the very end of the giant fight. Oh, climb up, Sam! I wonder if anyone set up zip lines here. Are we gonna get another fight if I try and interact with this? No. Okay. Another blue ball. Hold up. I'm tempted to see what we can do with this. That light. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Should get another spray. Yeah. Nice. Yes, get wrecked. Okay, now I'm wondering if... No, okay. So it didn't have anything to do with... That was just a coincidence last time. Okay. Wait, hold on. Where the fuck are my things? Oh, God. How are the cryptobiotes doing? 3% damage, we can deal with that. Oh! Oh, that's not good for the cryptobiotes. Oh dear. Oh, that's not good at all. It's okay, it's okay. One sec, guys. Is that bridge rusted? Yeah, your constructions deteriorate over time. Oh, nice, Adam.
That was close.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Okay, let's rest.
Your work is greatly appreciated. blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Okay, a few cans down the hatch. Nice and fast. Oh, okay. We have PCCs here. Fantastic. I'll take a couple of those. Container repair. Hmm. 39% damage on the skeleton. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna manually save now.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Restrictions lifted.
Evil head with 29, thank you. Huh, okay. Fuck, man. Wish I had a level 2 PCC. I'm doing alright, Retrix. I'm a little bit tired, so... sorry if I'm a bit quieter than usual. I hope you're keeping well. Oh no. Wow, we somehow got away with that. These dogs, I don't know what I'm gonna do about them. I'll figure something out. Whoa, man. Huh. Let's try grabbing this vehicle. Hold on. See if I can ping this first. Nice. Now, I'm not sure if I'll still be allowed to go back and get this, or if it'll ping me again. Still at 9%, okay. Wasn't sure how the rain was affecting this. Versico with the sub as well. Thank you. It's wrong. Try and ping in a while. What? I mean, I just negated it. You can ping while in the truck, yeah, but I wanted to get close to it. Fuck. Skeleton's almost fucked. Yeah, I've been spotted. Fuck. One sec, guys. Fuck it, I'll use this private room. Nice. What's up, Shock? Chug a few more cans. QVis with the 4 months as well. Thank you. I haven't, Berserker, no. We're approaching the end now, it would seem. Oh, I thought I had another spray. Alright, that'll have to do. Neo Hollywood with the 3 months. Thank you very much. Love the marathon. Me and my 4-year-old son watch you all the time. That's very sweet. I'm glad you enjoy the streams, man. Cheers. Go on, zipline. Oh, baby. Oh, this guy deserves 1,000,000 likes. Whoa. Oh god. Whoa. Easy does it now, just avoid the whale. Oh god! Spitting the chiralium at me. Shrimp with the tier 1, thank you. Oh, am I gonna have to fight it? It seems like it. Yeah, I am. Oh lord. Okay, we need to look for friendly ghost men. We need to get some different weapons. Okay. Oh, hey! Friendly ghost man! Yeah, man, give me some blood bags. Yeah, fucking rocket launcher. That'd go down nicely too. That's more like it. Oh no. $55%. Tempted to save. Oh, I can't save. Okay. That would be a bit too cheesy. Oh boy. What the fuck? It's just going through him. Or is it actually hitting him? Oh. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, some grenades. Oh, another rocket launcher. This guy is a legend. What a hero. Oh god. Okay, okay. Oh no! Oh no! Am I about to get fucked? I think I might be. Yeah. Notice too late. We get to start from here at least. Okay, wasn't getting the targets that time. Oh fuck. What the fuck? Oh god. We cool? Maybe I'll have to pick all this shit up before they'll throw out more shit. Yeah. Oh god. Oh no. Oh Jesus Christ. I didn't see. Is that it? That's it. Yeah, I was too focused on the whale, obviously. Go, 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 go. Are we still in the same fight, I wonder? We are, okay. Here they come again. Fuck. We're getting there. Oh, are the golden boys fighting with the white boys? Fuck. Oh my god. $99%. The flow chart. Thank you for the sub. Oh god. Oh no! Get off me! finally.
Yes, you did it, Sam! Oh, I could kiss you, you sweet son of a bitch! I thought it was all over.
Yeah, Angus, just another bullet sponge fight. I do miss the days of creative Kojima boss fights. But it doesn't seem like we're ever going to see them again by the looks of it.
That's tasty.
Let me think. What am I doing? Have a rest, Sam.
Oh, I was about to...
It is Replic, yeah.
Okay, come on. That's tasty.
Does Kojima even do gameplay design? Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, go easy with the Fallout 76 comparisons now. Come on. It's a bad bullet sponge boss fight. Even the FF15 comparisons are way out of order. FF15 bosses don't have gameplay mechanics at all.
Sam, it's all right.
You Yevon is way cooler than Higgs. You want to let me in?
Thank heavens you made it. Fragile's been in a coma for a while now. But with all these cryptobiotes you brought, we should be able to bring her round. And with any luck, it'll only take a few more to get her back on her feet. You did well, Sam.
We were in here at the start of the game, Storm. Remember when we brought the morphine to the president?
Sam.
You're back. It must have been one hell of a journey, especially on your own. But now the whole team is together again.
The whole team? Die Hardman too?
Too much traveling to and from beaches in such a short span. Chiral matter contaminated her cells, effectively causing jet lag on a molecular level. Because of that, her homeostatic mechanisms were shaken. Don't worry, she's not in any danger, but she needs some rest.
So where's the director?
He's being looked after in another room. Bridges personnel found him lying outside the isolation ward. Similar to when you came back from Cliff's Beach. Even after decontamination, she needed more and more time to recover.
Sam, you made it.
Hungry?
Thanks. Looks like you need me after all. Who'd have thought? Anyway, clock's ticking. Am I right? Sam's here. The Great Deliverer. The only one who can reach Amelie's Beach.
You're in no condition to do this. It's not fair to you, or Sam.
In my own search for Amelie's Beach, I have come to realize something extraordinary. If beaches were likened to a multiverse, hers would appear to exist on a higher plane than ours. I can walk the beaches of others, but hers is beyond my reach. It's invisible, inaccessible, even to fragile, I fear. Imagine it as a circulatory system, if you will. Each of our beaches is a single capillary. But Amelie's beach is the heart that pumps blood to the rest of us. Capillaries are subordinate to the greater whole. A whole governed by the heart, which gives direction, which dictates flow, which dictates everything, controls everything. Don't you see? She is in control. You may be able to travel against the flow and reach her, but having done so, if she does not wish to let you go, if she wishes to keep you, she can.
Fragile and Die Hardman broke free from her beach, didn't they?
I don't think it was any different from what happened to you. I didn't get out because I wanted to. I was forced out. Repatriated, if you will, by her.
Forced out? Why?
This is only a theory, but... she wants you. Wants you to go to her. That's her final wish, don't you think?
So that's it, huh? Amelie's the EE, and this is her endgame. Just so we're clear, if I want to stop the last Stranding and come back in one piece, I need to go to her beach and talk her out of it. That about right?
Correct. As cliche as it sounds, you're our only hope. Though quite frankly, I doubt even you can change her mind.
If you can't make her see reason, you'll have to kill her. And if you kill her...
You'll save the world, but you'll be stranded outside of it. Forever.
Might as well make it official then. You ready to deliver the package? I'll talk to her. Maybe she'll listen. But with the shape the world's in, it'll only be delaying the inevitable. Still, if it buys us time to try and build something better, a new lease on life, at least for a little bit, well, I can think of one woman who made the most of a chance like that. Nothing lasts forever, not even the world. But we gotta keep it going as long as we can, right? Patch the holes, change the parts, all that. So we can say we had a good run, that we lived.
Thought you didn't like having to handle things with care.
'Cause it was hard enough keeping my own shit together. Back when we met at the cave, the only thing I cared about was making it to the next sunrise. Sure as hell didn't care about America or the future. I was living a lie, hung up on past regrets. I was broken. But somewhere along the way, I started changing. Started meeting people that made me think that maybe it wasn't all bad. People that put their faith in tomorrow, and in me. That kept the lights on, and waited for hope to arrive. So I gotta deliver, for their sake.
Even if it means you never come back?
Fucked if I do, fucked if I don't, right? Take care of Lou.
I will.
Couldn't find a working still mother east of Port Knot City. Kid's done enough. No more.
All right. I'll do my best to nurse our little one back to health.
Okay, concentrate. Help me look for Amelie. Reach for her, Sam. Feel her. I know you love her. You love her.
All right. I liked Sam's speech there. That was nice.
Sam. There you are.
Oh, chat. Feel free to go wild with the timeouts mods.
You want to go home? Let's go home. It's okay. I know the way.
Stop the extinction. Find Amelie. No Audra deck, no BB. Don't take off emote only mode, please. Take off emote only mode. And don't ever go into emote only mode. Unless I say. Thank you. Just go easy, chat. Just take it easy. Stop with the constant terrible jokes. Just relax a bit, will you? And mods. Yeah, you just feel free to time out. If you think someone's being an idiot. Futo with the sub. Thank you very much.
London Bridge is falling down. Falling down. Falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My fair lady.
The last stranding has already begun.
Amelie?
You're too late. What took you so long?
Your voice.
You still don't know who I am, do you?
Who are you?
Sam. I knew you'd come back. Sam, listen to me. I love you, Sam.
I'll be waiting for you on the beach. I've been waiting for you, right here, ever since. You were supposed to stop me. Stop all of this.
Bridget?
Yes. It's me, Sam.
Where's Amelie?
Where she's always been? Nowhere. My daughter, Samantha America Strand, doesn't exist.
Amelie doesn't exist.
Not in your world. I'm sorry, Sam. I've had to wear a mask for so long. Amelie and Bridget are both a part of me.
What's that supposed to mean?
Quiet, and I'll tell you. There is no time for questions. Listen. Just listen. Do you understand, Sam? Amelie and Bridget, those are just names. What I am is an extinction entity. So, knowing what you know now, you have two choices.
Is getting shot one of them?
You wouldn't come back if it happened here, you know. You'd be straight on to the afterlife. But no. It's not one of them. Killing you would be a terrible mistake. I know that better than anyone. The last stranding has already begun. A seam has formed from my beach and the beaches of every soul in America. And soon it will be inundated by a vast surge of antimatter starting here. In a flash, this world will be no more. Consumed by an explosion. A big bang. So, that brings us to your first choice. Do nothing. Stay here with me. And bear witness to the very end.
Just watch it burn.
Together. With me. Until the last flame winks out. Doesn't sound so bad, does it? It's not like the world has long left anyway. Then there's the second choice. In expanding the network, you brought people and their beaches together, integrating them into a greater whole. Like this Kipu. But in doing so, you also bound them to my beach. The very beach where I opened the gates to the other side. You can't stop what's coming. But if you cut me and my beach loose, perhaps you can stop it from spreading. You might just prevent the last stranding. And mankind will live to die another day.
It doesn't have to end here.
But it does. The beach is doomed no matter what. One look ought to tell you that. Which is why we must sever our connection.
That'll be it. The end of the Death Stranding.
You can't stop the inevitable. The sixth extinction will happen either today or tomorrow. You can either end it with dignity, quick, clean, and in a flash, or you can struggle in vain, knowing full well what's waiting come the finish. Those are your choices. You kept it all this time. Perhaps you still have a chance to stop this nightmare. You brought the world together. You have the right to decide. Pull the rope, or cut the noose. But whatever you do, don't hesitate. I'm ready, Sam Strand. Make your choice.
Wait. I don't know what to do.
Sure you do. After everything, how could you not? ready, Sam Strand. Make your choice.
Wait. I don't know what to do.
Sure you do. After everything, how could you not?
Hold on, hold on. I swear if chat is trying to tell me what to do here, I'm experimenting and seeing what I can do. Unbelievable. Chat, come on. I assume I can't do anything here, but I want to see what happens if I run out in front of her. Okay. Oh shit, we could actually paddle back. Okay.
I'm ready, Sam.
Okay. Doesn't seem like there's much else to do then. See you later. Bye now. Same scene? Okay, okay.
I'm ready, Sam Strand. Make your choice.
Wait.
Maybe I'll avoid annihilation over here. I'm not reading chat. There's no need to tell me what to do. I glance over and I'm seeing these timeouts. Why are you telling me what to do? I'm not reading your comments. So it's pointless. Fucking punch her in the back of the head. That must be it. Hug.
I'm here for you. Always. Like you were for me.
I thought I tried going up to her before. I could have sworn I did that, but I guess I didn't. To see if there was another interaction.
Here. It's a dream catcher. Wear it when you sleep, and I'll keep the nightmares away. I'll always be with you. When you're all grown up, you'll need it to make us whole again. And when the time comes, you'll have to stop me. You are the only one who can. Promise you'll remember. Sam, I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
I remember. You knew. You always knew.
I did and I didn't. I had so many dreams of the future. I didn't know which ones to trust. Which is why I decided to share them with you and the others. But to connect the dots, to make sense of everything, you need perspective. You need time. Time has no meaning to me. I am not a line. I am a single point. Which is why all I could do was just show you the choices and let you decide.
Our nightmares are your dreams.
You found the common thread, the strand that links them together. And you did that the only way possible. To live life one day at a time. Thank you, Sam. A gun won't help you here. But it still has a role to play. It was the bonds between people that brought the world together. And if that is what matters most to you, then I will stay here on this beach. And I will shut myself in and the rest of you out.
Shut yourself in, come on.
Once the last stranding starts, it can't be stopped. I can't go with you. All I can do is try to spare you the worst.
Why do you have to stay on the beach?
Sam, I am the beach. And I must stay here and ensure that the extinction happens. Even if it takes tens or hundreds of thousands of years.
Alone?
That's what an EE does. If I had just done my job, none of this would have happened. But I
couldn't take it anymore. I got so tired of waiting, and I figured that no one would blame me if I just got it all over with. So, that's what I did.
Sounds like hell.
But you and the others came together, connected. And you may be living on borrowed time, but you still have hope. Before each of the Big Five, life rebelled. They fought back, evolved in order to survive. The extinction isn't just an ending. It's an opportunity. And if I have to pay the price for that, to be the sacrifice, then so be it. Even if we aren't together, we will always be connected. Goodbye, Sam. A gun won't help you here, but it still has a role to play.
Huh. Oh, ending credits. Or is it? Can't equip anything. I don't want to walk out there just yet. I like the sound here. Huh. Whoa, the sound.
tell you, there is no time for questions.
When you were young, you used to have bad dreams. You cried about them all the time. The truth is, those weren't your dreams. They were mine. For as long as I can remember, I've dreamt of the beach. Not just while sleeping, in my waking hours too. In my dreams, I watched the world end so many times. Countless past extinctions that decimated life on this planet. Again, and again, and again. At first, I didn't understand what I was seeing or why. And that wasn't the worst of it. There were other, more terrible dreams. Dreams of death and destruction. Of a massive extinction to come. Like this one. And I would always be the one to end it all. To bring about the last stranding. As I have today.
The first operation, I was only 20. I opened my eyes and found myself on the beach.
That was cool.
But the moment I came round, I was back in the hospital bed. I was split across two worlds. Bridget, my Ha in that one. Amelie, my Ka in this. Somehow, the two of us managed to coexist. Soon, our ages began to diverge. Only Bridget's body got older, while the beach kept Amelie's the same. So I came up with a story. I told people that Amelie was my daughter. A daughter with a debilitating condition and an absent father. Look. Amelie. Is French for soul. A soul that's a lie. There was no Amelie. Only me. And the beach. I thought it was a curse in the beginning. But later, I started thinking, maybe I can use this. I tried to find out more about the beach. Because understanding the beach had to be the key to interpreting my visions of the future. I realized the beach was connected to the world of the dead, which meant that somewhere out beyond it were the memories of time itself, including those of every organism that had ever lived. 4.6 billion years of biological history, a history that might even stretch back to the creation of the universe. The chiral network and everything that followed was born from my pursuit of that knowledge. By passing data through the beach, we were unbound by the restrictions of time. Simulations that would have taken years or more were simple and effortless. Everything that the Earth had lost and forgotten could be reconstructed and reclaimed. But shortly after we began our research, America saw its first void out. I thought I was running out of time, that my nightmares were becoming a reality. So I raced to complete the chiral network as quickly as possible. The past held all the answers. If only I could find a way to piece them together. A network that bridged our world and the beach. That might do it, I believed. So I started researching bridge babies, children bound to the world of the dead. What causes an extinction entity to come into being? What was the reason for the previous 5 mass extinctions? The answers to those questions would tell me how to stop the 6th. I founded bridges, more determined than ever to build a chiral network that would cover all of America. But the longer I fought my war against the inevitable, the weaker I became. My Ha had cancer. The beach's punishment, maybe, for not playing along like a good little EE. And then, just like that, my Ha was gone. I couldn't finish what I'd started. So, I asked you to do it for me. And you did. You helped us complete the network. Helped us to reclaim everything the universe experienced from its inception to this moment. Every mystery was ours to solve. Like this one. Once, there was an explosion. A big bang that gave birth to time and space. Thing is, it was more like a big fluke. All that matter and antimatter should have canceled itself out, leaving nothing. But somehow a tiny speck of matter survived. Just enough. Enough to make this world and everything in it. A world that shouldn't be, a world out of balance. Order inevitably gives way to chaos. Everything that lives must inevitably die. It's like the universe is trying to return us to the nothing we came from. Maybe the Big Five were its best attempts to finish us off. But somehow, life always managed to survive just enough. Enough to thumb its nose at the will of the cosmos. You know, I'm starting to think that extinction might be the key to overcoming total annihilation. It forces life to fight to survive, to endure, to exist. That's why the Big Five ultimately rekindled life instead of extinguishing it. From the ashes of the dead rise the living. Stronger and wiser. Inheritors of the legacy of existence itself. They defy the universe and refuse to surrender. They say, we're just getting started. Extinction is an opportunity.
There's Hideki. Let's go for another stroll. Oh, already?
I pulled the trigger twice that day. I knew at once I'd made a mistake. I found your beach and looked everywhere for you. Sam. There you are. You want to go home? Let's go home. I wanted to set you free from death once and for all. It's okay. I know the way. But in doing so, I upset the fundamental balance between life and death. I just wanted to save you. I am an extinction entity. It's my fate to lead our species to extinction. But that moment, you became part of that fate. You became a repatriate, and dooms started spreading my nightmares to others throughout the world. It was me that got you and everyone with dooms into this. Not long after, the Death Stranding occurred. The dead clung to our world, and BTs used my beach to cross over and devour them, triggering more void-outs. A catalyst that would set the world on a path to extinction. It was my duty to serve as a sacrifice, to wait and watch it unfold from this beach. That, or hasten the last stranding and end this slow death. Given these, my only options, I chose to end it quickly. But to trigger the last stranding, I needed you, a part of me. Here too. I would be able to witness extinction consummated with you by my side. But now that you're here, there's another choice. You can cut me off. An EE doesn't have that option for itself. But in my nightmares, I saw another future. One that you chose. One where extinction is hope against total annihilation.
Oh, first trailer song. I actually kind of like the way this is presented. I've had a lot of issues with the story overall. But, I think I've enjoyed the ending for the most part. I was wondering when this would play.
Soon I'll come around. Lost and never found. Waiting for my words. Seen but never heard. Buried underground. But I'll keep coming.
Everyone wants to see So Toyota. Let's sprint! Go! Go! Great song.
A gun won't help you here. But it still has a role to play.
Reconnect with the living. Square. Let me just sit here on this screen for a second. Why square? You know, it's making me think like I'm gonna pull the trigger here by pressing square. You press square to shoot in Metal Gear. Not in this game, though. Huh. Interesting.
Listen, Sam. I was the one that brought you and Cliff together again. There was something I wanted you to know. You were never abandoned. And you're not alone. Don't you see, Sam? You have to live.
Oh, fuck. It's the things. Oh, God. Maybe I should approach them. I want to get closer to these things first.
I see him.
Yeah, it's them.
He's over there. Sam! Over here, Sam. Dead man. We're coming, Sam. You ready for a job?
Ready. Sam, I see him.
Okay. Lou, take me to Sam.
Don't give up. You're still connected.
Oh god.
For too long have we lived as strangers to one another, divided by walls built to keep us safe. But now, with the completion of the Cairo network, we may at last move forward as a people united. Today we come together to celebrate the birth of a new nation for a new world, the United Cities of America. I once took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And though that proud republic may be no more, we remain. And so, as your president, I hereby swear to support and defend you, the people. Let there be no more walls between us, nor masks to hide who we are.
President Die Hard Man.
Let there be a new America. An America where we can face one another, where we can speak our minds and open our hearts. The old ways die hard. But I believe, my fellow Americans, that we have the strength and the courage to rise above our past and embrace our future. The Death Stranding is a part of that past. An enduring shadow. A constant reminder of what could have been. That we stand here today is testament, not to the greatness of any one individual, but to our capacity to come together. To the bonds between us, to our collective greatness. All things must come to an end, ourselves included. But as long as we savor each moment, find joy in the promise of tomorrow, embrace hope, and reject despair, we will endure. President Bridget Strand and her daughter, Samantha America Strand, sacrificed everything in their pursuit of hope that we, the people, might be whole again. That they are not here today to see the fruits of their labor fills us all with a profound sadness. But we find comfort in the knowledge that their memories will live on in the Cairo network and in our hearts. We will always remain connected. There is another hero in this story. One whose achievements seem destined to go unrecognized. America still needs that hero. That person without whom we would not be here. Now, the name is unimportant, but you know who I mean. And for that unsung hero, I have a message. It was you who brought us together. You who made us whole again. And while you and I will eventually pass on,
Going somewhere, Sam? Tired of being the unsung hero?
No, I'm done is all. She's gone.
Come on, wait. There's something I need to tell you. Huh. This doesn't bother you anymore? Well, that's great. Now, wouldn't you like to know how we brought you back from the beach? We were going to use the doll, but didn't have one handy, which is when I remembered something else.
Not what I think it is.
Yes. What could be more connected to Amelie's beach than President Strand's umbilical cord? Hartman thought that's why she left it with me in the first place. Unfortunately...
It didn't work.
Yeah, she'd already cut her beach loose. It was just gone. We didn't know if that meant she dragged you into the great beyond, or sent you to some other beach. We were really racking our brains. Hartman and Mama split up and started searching every beach you might feasibly have washed up on. We looked for a month with absolutely nothing to show for it.
A month on the outside. How long on the inside?
Trust me when I tell you, you don't want to know. But don't worry. We found no signs of accelerated aging. In the end, this is what led us to you. Just when we were about to give up, Die Hardman reminded us about the revolver. So, we tried to follow it, and it led us to a far corner of your own beach. And bingo, there you were. Mama made visual contact first. She was able to see you from her vantage point on the other side. She informed Lochna via their connection, and Hartman confirmed your location during his subsequent NDE. The plan was for Fragile to, in essence, slingshot Lou and me to your position so we could rescue you. But it's not so easy to send multiple individuals to another person's beach for an extended period of time. And that's where the umbilical cord came in. We wove these from President Strand's DNA. They serve as a single knot that binds us all. The President must have known all of this would happen. Ironic, isn't it? The gun that set this whole mess in motion ends up being the key to saving you.
Amelie, she said it had another purpose.
Not a weapon, but a lifeline. A stick that became a rope. I suppose that's one way of putting it. Oh, Sam. You have no idea how long I've been waiting to give you a hug. Got something else to tell you. Top secret. It's about Cliff. BB's mother's name was Lisa Bridges, Cliff's common-law wife.
Lisa Bridges?
Now, Cliff was killed by a man identified in the records only as John. Former U.S. Special Forces. Quite good at it by all accounts. Later appointed as an aide to the president, who used him for most of her wet work. The records go on to state that he vanished after Cliff's death. A warrant was put out, but he was later found dead. Turns out some people die harder than others, though. Dear John donned a mask and reappeared with a new identity. But you can't fool the chiral network. We restored the old records, and Mama hid them deep in the archives. You're the only one, besides us, with access privileges. Take a look if you're so inclined. But don't say I didn't warn you. The President's got some dirty, dirty laundry. I don't trust him, but I'll work with him if that's what it takes. We'll talk later.
Sam. I don't expect you to forgive me. But would you hear me out? I killed Captain Clifford Unger. I would tell you I did it for America. For love of country. But I didn't. I did it for her. Because I loved her with all my heart. She was everything to me. Everything. Now, I'm not trying to make excuses. I just want you to know that not a day's gone by when I haven't thought about it. Time didn't help. Or the mask. Please, let me finish. The captain, saved my life. You know why they call me Die Hardman. Because he wouldn't let me die. He brought my sorry ass back home every time. And I loved him as much as I loved her. And when he stared me down, that ghost, I knew he was here to kill me, to make it right. And why shouldn't he? Why didn't he? He couldn't save his kid, his baby. And that's what brought him back. I guess when he saw I was trying to do my part for America, he remembered who he was. And he forgave me. God! But I don't deserve it, God damn it! There is no atoning for what I've done. God! But maybe this is the next best thing. Maybe he brought me back from the beach for a reason. One last time. He wanted me to do this. To keep on being Die Hardman.
No. He didn't. Nobody wants a president who acts like they're immortal. And if you're not scared of death, how can you value life? And life is pretty fucking fragile right now. And yeah, the old ways die hard. But that's what's gonna have to happen if we're gonna come together and build a better America. That gun won't help you here. That's her words, not mine.
Hey, Sam. Been waiting for you.
Lou?
Lou!
Dead? Poor thing was never truly alive. Not in this world, at least. The decommissioning order finally came through. Can't risk necrosis. The body can't stay here. I thought you might want to take care of it. You could try taking Lou out of the pod just to see what happens. But that would be in direct contravention of an executive order. And there are laws about that kind of thing, now that we're a nation. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. But if the alternative is defying the president, I can't do that either. Not me.
All right. I'll go to the incinerator.
Before you leave, I'd like to check something quickly. I just took your cufflinks offline. In that state, there'd be nothing to stop you from removing them. If you did, the UCA wouldn't know where you were or how to find you. You'd be invisible. When you use the incinerator, you'll be reconnected to the network automatically. I trust you'll remember what I said.
Right. Absolutely. Thanks for everything. How's the weather?
Don't think you'll be needing an umbrella.
How's the weather?
I decided to follow my father's dream after all. Don't worry. I won't get mixed up with any terrorists this time. UCA's got my back. We're the first private delivery company to get the official approval.
Sounds like you're moving up in the world. Congratulations.
Thanks. Wait. There's something I have to tell you. I didn't shoot Higgs. Couldn't pull the trigger. So I let him choose. Death or eternal solitude on the beach.
Fair enough. You never did like breaking things.
That's right. I find and fix what's broken. And reconnect. I'm fragile.
But not that fragile.
Wanna come work for me? Could use a man like you.
The world's still broken. Same as before.
What isn't? But we're still here. We're still chugging along.
Not everyone. Not me.
Come on. You put America back together, didn't you?
Doesn't mean there's a place for me. I've got no ties to anyone or anything. I might as well be dead. I felt like that when we first met in the cave. I still do.
Don't act like you're the same person. You've learned how to touch, to feel. You've connected with people. With us.
Everything I touch, I lose.
Sam!
Come on, Lou. One last to live.
Okay. Those were some really good scenes, I thought. I've had a lot of mixed feelings about this game in the last few chapters. But yeah. That scene, you know, when they both said, but not that fragile, that kind of redeemed those moments earlier with her as well, you know, where the line just felt so corny. Because there they were kind of, you know, they were kind of self-aware about it, and it actually worked. I thought that was quite funny and quite sweet. Mocap has been spot on as well in the last few scenes. Like, you know, little moments where things seem a bit uncanny, but like the Hardman scene, I've never seen mocap like that before. Like I've said many times throughout the playthrough, the detail in the eyes is just unreal. And it really stood out with Hardman there as well. But yeah, obviously the story has issues. Very messy at times, and the exposition dumps are some of Kojima's worst, I think. With how they're paced. But I enjoyed those last few scenes for the most part. The sequence on the beach with Amelie, I had mixed feelings about. Amelie, Bridget. Anyway, let's go. So back to the incinerator, huh? Keep on keeping on.
And the second all this is over, I'm gonna take you wherever you wanna go. Can I help you? Holy shit. John, is that you?
Captain, what are you doing here?
My wife's checked in. They don't want a repeat of last year.
The Void Out in Manhattan. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were the husband.
This isn't what we agreed on. You said you'd do everything in your power to save BB.
We are. But we cannot release your son just yet. Believe me when I tell you it's for the best.
This is a woman in a mask who's done nothing but lie to me.
I have a duty to protect our country. Lies are an unfortunate necessity.
The President gave me the highest level access privileges. I've used them to manipulate the security system. We have 5 minutes before it resets, sir. 5 minutes to talk. Off the record. Take BB and get out of this place. There's nothing I can do for your wife. I'm sorry. You were my commanding officer, but I swore an oath to the President to protect her and the country at all costs. Now, if she orders me to do something, I have to do it. I have to. But I served under you first. And your family doesn't deserve this. Any of this.
Why are you helping me? If they catch you.
Because you saved my life, sir. Again and again. When the brass sent us into the jaws of hell, it was you that brought us home. Back then, I thought I was invincible. I thought I was some kind of action hero. But I'm not the hero. You are, sir. You're the reason I'm still alive. And it's past time I paid that debt. They're moving your son to a new facility tomorrow. You'll never see him again. He'll serve as the foundation of a new communications network. A sacrifice for a nation that no longer exists. I wrote down everything you need to know. It was the only way to keep it off the system. Burn it when you're done. The rest is up to you, sir. believe this belongs to you, sir. Now, I can't terminate your wife's life support from inside her room. System won't allow it. So, this is the only other option. An alarm is set to go off if she flatlines. I've rigged the system to spoof her vitals. But you won't have long. 5 minutes, tops. Don't hesitate, sir. This is the only chance you'll get.
I'm sorry, Lisa. Don't worry. I'll take care of him. I promise you. I promise you. My animal, Lisa. Bibi. Bibi. Bibi, can you hear me?
It's this one.
Can you hear me? Daddy.
Man, Mads absolutely fucking kills it in this role.
Just took your cufflinks offline. In that state, there'd be nothing to stop you from removing them. If you did, the UCA wouldn't know where you were or how to find you. You'd be invisible. When you use the incinerator, you'll be reconnected to the network automatically. You could try taking Lou out of the pod just to see what happens. But that would be in direct contravention of an executive order. A purpose that cannot fulfill outside the pod. There is a 70% risk of catastrophic failure simply in removing it.
Whoa. I was just thinking of the 70% thing, Storm. Whoa. 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 Hold on.
Drop it! Put it down! Back off. Back off! Get up! Don't do it! I'll handle this. I'm sorry, Captain. Don't! You got it! You two! Stay there! And hold your fire! Thanks for trying, John. Stop! Step aside, sir, or we'll be forced to open fire. It's a dead end. He's trapped. Security will take it from here.
In here! Put your hand up in the stable. Get to it.
I'm sorry, Lisa. I screwed it up. I've ruined everything.
This room is off limits. No one goes in. But he's in there, sir. I saw him. You saw him all. Now check the other way. Go! Yes, sir.
No. Open it up. He's inside.
Move, dumbass.
BB. Don't worry. It's okay. I'll always be with you. See the sunset, the day is ending. Let that yawn out, there's no pretending. I will hold you and protect you, so let love warm
was gonna be a father. I was so scared. Scared of what it would mean. I had to be there for you and your mom. No matter what. I couldn't just go off and get myself killed anymore. Couldn't leave you all alone. I couldn't.
Get off of him! Now!
I had it all wrong. All wrong. Being a father didn't make me scared. It made me brave. I'm sorry. Sorry it took me so long.
Captain, look at you.
Don't make the same mistake. Be yourself. Be free.
Oh my God.
Captain, I need you to hand it over.
Shoot him, John.
Let it go. Please.
Shoot him! I gave you an order. Shoot him!
You told me your name was Sam Porter. But you're Sam Bridges. My son. My bridge to the future. Without you, I was just like any other Cliff. A dead end. No way forward. Nothing but an obstacle. Looking on at the world people like you were trying to build. Dividing people was the only thing I was ever good at. But not you, Sam. You bring people together. You're their bridge to the future. And mine. Come on, Sam. Stand up.
Is this me?
Oh, God. Not BB2.
No, 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 no!
Sam. There you are.
Oh God.
You want to go home? Let's go home. It's okay. I know the way. We're waking up again. Hey, Hardman.
There you are. Welcome back.
You understand his days as a BB are over, now that his connection to the other side has been severed.
It was me who cut the cord. So yes.
A deathless repatriate in the world of the living. Should we decommission?
raise him as my own.
Come on, Lou. Wake up. Come on, Lou, wake up. Come on, Lou. Come on, Lou, wake up. Wake up. Come on. Wake up! Wake up.
Rub his feet.
Lou.
5 figures again. That's it, I bet. Oh boy, there's a lot to unpack in that final sequence. That's gonna take a while to digest.
Every time we touch it shows worn out, worn out. I sense you like a broken window.
Thanks for watching, guys. I won't be forgetting that playthrough anytime soon. I'll be saving the VODs. I'll be watching back myself, I'm sure.
Next level trust issue.
Looking forward to my second playthrough. I'll probably do that off stream. Really digest it. Try to unpack it, think about it, see all the things I missed. Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. All of Kojima's games feel, you know, personal, largely autobiographical in many ways, but this game especially felt like there was especially towards the end, felt very personal. A lot of meta commentary. Oh man.
Next level trust is you. Next level trust is you.
Herman Holst. Thanks for the Decima engine, Herman. Man, I'm happy there was quite a lot about that ending I was enjoying, because the sections beforehand were rough. Once I got to, I can't even remember what chapter it was, but you know, like I've said before, a couple of the main missions into the mountain section, game started to fall apart for me a bit. Then even more so when we got to the stuff with Higgs. Although I like the stuff with Hartman for the most part. Some good scenes with him. Again, a bit bloated with the exposition at times, but some funny moments and some interesting moments as well with Hartman.
Make a toast to the damned, waiting for tomorrow when we're played out.
The fucking boss fights.
Drowning out our sorrows, what will become of us now? At the end of time, we'll be fine, you and I. Let's draw a line in the sand. Keep it straight and narrow. We had it all in our hands. We begged and then we borrowed. What will become of us all at the end of love? When we stop looking up, you can take my heart and hold it together as we fall apart. Maybe together we can make a mark in the stars. We embark and keep us together as the lights go dark. Tell the truth, just for once. Asking for an answer now that it's all said and done. Nothing
I'm not a father. No, Katazera.
memories were. Seems like I was right. And that sort of tied into my theory that Cliff was Sam's father. It was mainly the MGS4 callback, though. You know, they have this struggle. They have this fight over the BB, and then it turns into something that looks like a hug. Just like MGS4. Oh. Oh, God. What? Oh, 2 weeks earlier. 2 weeks earlier, right? So, yeah, so we can go back and do things. Tomorrow is in your hands as well. Okay, kind of clever. Kind of clever. Oh, man.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Whoa.
Well, look who's awake. Morning, Sam. You'll be happy to hear your vitals have stabilized, and that you're well on your way to recovery. Not that it's your fault, but what I wouldn't give to trade places. We're all stuck in the president's office, working like dogs to get everything ready in time for the inauguration. But at least one of us is still free as a bird. You should head out. Make the most of it.
Oh, wait, what?
You could even do some orders if you wanted. Might do you good to get back in the game.
Oh, okay.
You may recall it was raining buckets back when you left for Amelie's Beach.
All right, okay, never mind, never mind.
We took a real beating at the time, but we've done our best to service the structures and vehicles in the area. So you know, any cargo that was stored in your private locker at a damaged facility should have been transferred to your private locker here at this distro center. Anyway, busy or not, we'll still be on the end of the line if you need us. And if you want some alone time, we should be able to manage for now. Just make sure you're back in time for the big day, all right? See you then. Hey, Sam. You sure you don't have any unfinished business?
Yeah, man, leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone. I can sort out my own business. I don't know how to summarize my thoughts, really. I'll be digesting this for a while. Playing through it again. Digging into it. But in the grand scheme of things, I'd say I enjoyed that first playthrough. It was a crazy experience, that's for sure. Lots of ups. Fair amount of downs. Good few in-betweens. Good few, I don't know what the fucks. A few pisses, a few shits. A few soothings. Yeah, that was wild. Oh, man. I need some food. Oh, I enjoyed it infinitely more than MGS5. That's for sure. All right. Yeah, I don't really want to go over all my thoughts again. I'm too exhausted. You know, you've seen the playthrough. I've given my opinions so many times as we've been playing through. Yeah. Thanks again for being here, guys. It's rare that you get to see something like this on the channel. It's rare we get to stream a new Kojimbo game, let alone his first game after leaving Konami. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the experience. I certainly have. It was fantastic for the most part. Even when I wasn't enjoying myself, it made for, you know, it was still unique, that's for sure. Still quite unlike our usual streams. Pop virus time. All right. Guys, read data? Hold on. Do I want to read the data now? I have lots of interview files to read. I think I'm too tired. I'm too tired. I want to take a break, eat some food. Don't worry. You'll see me reading these interviews in the future. Don't worry about that. All right. Guys, I'll leave it there for now. Because I'm too tired to do anything else. Yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone. And I'll see you soon. I'm not sure what I'll be streaming next. Maybe more DS. Maybe some Metal Gear. But yeah, I'll be back soon. I've been streaming for so many days straight. I think I've had one day off. Oh, hey, I better check my Streamlabs. I'll be streaming Shenmue 3 on my solo channel next, most likely. That'll probably be my next stream, so follow me over there on my solo channel if you're interested. Oh, can I even connect here? I'm never going to be able to say the word connect or see the word connect now without thinking of this game. Every time I connect to the internet, it's going to feel like a fucking metaphor. One sec, guys. One sec. Let me just get my Streamlabs up here. Also seeing babies will never be the same again. I walked outside into the front hallway yesterday and I saw a package on the ground marked fragile. Wondering if there was a fucking thermonuclear bomb inside it. Getting very suspicious now of all these neighbors' packages outside in the hall. What are you carrying in there? They're pro noob with the sub. Thank you very much. Sniper with the $1. Thanks for your playthrough, dog. It was quite an experience. Certainly one to remember. OHN hug to you and chat. Same to you, Sniper. Cheers. KMDA, thank you for the 2 months.
and the 3 months total. Micah Domea with the 15 months. Thank you. Hussein with the 5 months. Thank you. Bick Nurk with the 26. Thank you. PJ with the 34. Thank you. Obamacare 666 with the 3 months. Thank you. Obama and his satanic healthcare. Shabby with the 27 months. Thank you. Crimson with the 30 months. Thank you. These are all from like hours ago, so some of you may not be here. Luke with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Footbash, if that's how I pronounce that. Or Futoash, however the hell I pronounce that. Thank you. And I think that about does it. Okay. Guys, thanks for watching. I'll see you soon. Till next time. Peace. Have a good one.
Cut 心臓から花が咲くように